Hey there, what's up everybody? Welcome to the show. Another space journey. Got a really nice sharp moon tonight. It's high up there. Let's see exactly what illumination it is. I want to say 69.7 waxing gibbous. Coming up with Spica tonight. Still got a hazy sky, but it's looking real nice. What's happening in chat room? Cat Dan, you're the first. Mary, nice to see you. Welcome. Genghis Khan. Positive energy to the Cosmic Hexagon tribe. Love it. Alright, well, I'm just getting settled over here. Got some tunes out, and we'll ride. Almost 10 p.m. on the East Coast, edge of space. Another one. I think tonight's going to be more of a music show. I'm kind of feeling like, you know, just a little tired on the speaking. I've talked a lot in the last few nights. But let me know if you have any thoughts on what I've been talking about. Conscious fields, electric universe, plasma, etc. Happy to answer questions or play old tunes. What's up, Lost Brooklyn? Welcome. All right.
So let's get crazy today. I got some smoke. Let's get to talking. I got some love in the air, that's right. I got some love everywhere, that's right.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hopping in here for a sec just to comment on the sharpness, one, but two, also that there's definitely some atmospheric turbulence causing this very large, like, wobbly effect. Pretty sure it's not the camera or the scope. I feel like the moon is high up there. What is it now? 48 degrees. That's not that high up, you know, done like 56, 60 degrees before, but I guess that's close to about the line where you get the upper currents. Either way, just commenting on that if you notice it. Make sure you hit that 4K for all the sharpness. I see somebody somewhere. What's happening? Welcome. Yeah, Huygens' sword is looking really good. Let me go back to that. And this is still with the focal reducer on, so we can have that wide shot as well, but it's going to look real nice when I take that off. See the Apennines, you can see Eratosthenes with the little triangular, like, center peaks. And then Copernicus half in shadow is actually, that's really an awesome shot of that. Mare Imbrium moving down, and then get back to Huygens' sword for a moment. Pause on that for a sec. Yeah, centering in here. Yeah, really nice. I want to say hi to everybody joining. Join in. Everybody join in. Mr. Join in. What up, Kimmy? And yeah, and the Lurkers. So, Kimmy and the Lurkers, the new punk band. Okay, I just wanted to point out a couple of things here, just besides all the hexagons, but this particular configuration of Ptolemaeus crater and I want to say Arzachel, no, Ptolemaeus and Alphonsus. So it's a hexagon bordering on a pentagon. So I'm just getting up paint program, starting this up. I was like, oh, I'm not going to talk tonight, but I can't help myself. Always worth talking about plasma features. Mary says, my skies are covered over with Saharan desert dust. Can you see it like orangey glow, or is it just like completely grayed out? Anybody else seeing the moon tonight? Like during the day I got a lot of clouds, and then I'm surprised that lately, or at least the last few nights, the moon's been just clearing up everything. But then once it gets to the west, like last night was really intense clouds right there. So kind of dragging it with it. Get my yellow cursor, set this up. Alright, so just simple visual example of this kind of fractal recursive nature of this particular geometry. So right here you got Ptolemaeus crater. Definitely not circular, but hexagonal. And you have a little, almost like little vent that happened here. Look at the wobble, it's crazy tonight. And then you got Alphonsus right here, which is very clearly a pentagon. There. Also a little vent hole. So, and Arzachel, you can definitely see is hexagonal. Actually, is that octagonal? It's interesting. Maybe I still haven't figured out exactly why it's a pentagon versus a hexagon. I feel like it's kind of the distribution of the energy in the geometry, like I was saying last night, like a 60-40 type of split, not exactly 50-50. But what's happening in American Life videos? How's it going? Like looking through the Luna through a linen curtain. Your skies, right? Or what we're looking at right now. Yeah, don't inhale the sand, but I feel like we can't help but inhale dust and debris. It's constant, especially with all the leaf blowing and landscaping constantly happening. I guess you're breathing dust all the time, at least here in Florida. All right, so just let's note this geometry really quick. We got the plane of inertia. We got the hyperboloid. Let me lower myself in the background. Move a bit quicker here. So yeah, hyperboloid, flow of energy, flow of the Birkeland filament. So let's leave that up, and then I'm going to zoom out and show Sea of Serenity, Sea of Tranquility, and show this exact kind of relationship as well, but in reverse, because Serenity's up top, Tranquility is on the bottom, so this whole shape will reverse. Keep it in mind, and I will flip it. What's up, Maskilla? How's it going? I see you catching the waves. Exactly. The one long wave this whole show. All right, so zooming out here, you can already see the relationship between, look at that. It's so funny how it's almost exactly the right size. If I just inverted this image, but let me erase that and then do the same thing here. We got Sea of Serenity, Pentagon. We got Sea of Tranquility, a hexy. Same sort of thing, hyperboloid. Or, I realized today I've been wanting to explain this thing called the local chimney that Electric View uses, or I've heard on the Electric View, and I've heard on Gareth's videos, See the Pattern, they talk about the local chimney. This is really what I think they're talking about, this hyperboloid shape slash the tube or cylinder that forms around the Birkeland filament. That would be our local chimney. But either way, not to completely detract, but you can see how Sea of Serenity, Sea of Tranquility has the same formation as this small crater right here. Not small, but compared to the Mare, actually Ptolemaeus is quite large. But right there, same exact, how is that possible? Except if it were formed by the same sort of geometry. What's happening, Night Light? How you doing? You know, similarly, just to show that, it's not exactly the pentagon, but the pentagonal shape. But right there, hexagon on Mare Crisium. Let me just erase this for a moment. You can see the relationship between tranquility and Mare Crisium forms the same sort of shape as well. Today I was watching a whole bunch of videos. Yo, Mississippi Case, how's it going? Long time. Welcome back. Yeah, so I was watching some Nassim Haramein. You might have heard of him. So I discovered him through Thrive project way back. And, you know, to be fair, Thrive was talking about this so-called sacred geometry way back, the toroidal field. I think they were talking about it in a very interesting way, which was they were defining these 5 shells around the body and calling them, you know, mind, spirit, etc. And I realized, like, there is something to that, but I'm also a little bit more tied now to this idea of these thin layers of consciousness being constantly grown, which is more what you see in cosmological photos of, or astronomical photos and X-ray of space, like the Chandra stuff. So more what I'm talking about, like, in the kind of Thrive, Nassim Haramein field consciousness, as far as I kind of grasp from it today, you know, there's this predetermined auric shell, like layers, which is sort of almost exactly what I'm saying, but I think, like, due to this geometry, I think more like shells are just layered and layered and layered and layered, lots more. Like the gradation is much finer, and that's how it's retained, versus everything being in a singular shell. Now, I could be wrong, because Eileen McCusick also talks about particular areas where trauma exists, but who knows if that's like just a halfway point or an actually particular moment in life, or how to really determine where things are in your plasma sphere in terms of time is still kind of up in the air, so to speak. But of course, I'm just remixing and thinking, trying to like solve some of these, but I feel like fundamentally the geometry is very stable and consistent, and it makes sense. Alright, so back to the tunes for a moment. how he done, what's happening. Nightlight says, Saturn hexagon polar region, yep. What happened to tell electric universe? I'm not sure what you're asking, but I'm happy to talk more about it. First thing I was showing was how Sea of Serenity and Sea of Tranquility have a relationship the same way Ptolemaeus and Alphonsus Crater do. So don't take it from me, study them, put them side by side, and you'll see that they actually look like a mirror image. And it's insane. Insane, outsane. It's just incredibly synchronistic and convergent in terms of the geometry. So trying to figure out those connections and making them less like crazy and more normalized. Here's an old jam that y'all probably haven't heard a lot of.
Now my mind is wide open.
This is perfect for this moon.
Staring at a trillion bright lights. Where the hell are you? Now my heart is wide open. Wide open. Wide open. Traveling to a million farsights. Don't twice. Feel right. No device. Calling, are we reaching the moon? I'm drifting on the shores of embryo. Calling, are we reaching the moon? I'm drifting on the shores of Chrysia. Hello. Is anyone there? And I know just what to do. Starting was cool, and I know just what to do. The feeling is cool, and I know just what to do. When you left, it was cool by me. Calling, are we reaching the moon? I'm drifting on the shores of embryo. I love. I'm drifting on the shores of Chrysia.
in here for a second. Say what's up to Ellie Wynn. Great to see you. Ellie and Mary and all of you. Makes it a great show. Just chilling here. I just got rid of the focal reducer. Now we're close up, camera direct to the 8-inch, and just doing some wide footage. And then I'm gonna go in, like, let's do some real zooms. Start up top at Mare Frigoris, Plato, Montes Tenerife, and those little cool, like the little chicken foot. And we'll go all the way down to Tycho Crater, and leave in the chat if you want me to stop at a certain place. Gonna pick some songs for the trip, and want to say what's up to I Am High Degree. Welcome. Glad you're enjoying the channel. I'm not sure if I've seen you before, but if you're new, definitely check out the old playlists and the description of the video for more details. And what's up to all the lurkers tonight? Nightlight, I'm trying to understand your question, but I'm not getting it still. Sorry. How we done? Thanks so much. Hell yeah. When is the XY visible? Well, like I was saying last night, I can find what the popular version is, but I don't look for things like that. I kind of look for the actual features, but there are a lot of X's and Y's on the moon. Yeah, Mary was here earlier. Maybe she was just listening, but either way, super cool to have some older space crew and the new crew from 2020. Appreciate all the presents, all your presence. Show tonight is Aether Modality, which Ken Wheeler, the Hypothesis, says all the time. And it's a really great word or phrase because it encompasses kind of frequency resonant vibration in the ether, and a modality is like kind of a signature of some sort. If you've ever done any music theory and you know about the modes, it's just a grouping of notes that sounds a certain way. So it's a really great phrase. That's the thing tonight. What's happening, Stephen, or Stefan? Cool. It's getting hot, obviously, every time I do this show. It starts getting like cooking right around the halfway mark. I'm going to try and find some vibey tunes here. Stuff I haven't played in a while. Feels like a good night tonight. Start of the week. Start of the strong, actually. Damn, there's so many to choose from. I'm getting indecisive. All right, let's do this one. This is fresh, or old fresh. All right, zooms coming in. back in here real quick. I'll keep the jams going, but I just want to comment on this view that we're about to look at. So to the right is Eratosthenes, and to the left is Copernicus, and it's a really killer shot right here, if I may say so, of Copernicus, because you can see this kind of uplifting, uprooting of the ground versus what you would imagine, like, you know, I've talked about it a bunch about impact versus electrical scarification or boiling, you know, where there are basically large bubbles that form on the surface of the moon and then explode, creating these features. So electrical arcing basically does the same sort of thing, but very quickly. Whatever the means, it's very interesting to see like the difference between ballistic impact and potential, you know, basically sucking materials upwards, creating a rimmed dome or a flat top dome. And the difference between that and ballistics, of course, is that ballistics are much more random and create fractures that are in really different types of angles, so it creates much more of an offset in terms of the features. Here, you can kind of see these are almost like filaments coming off the side of Copernicus. Anyway, you can see the sunlight creating the shadow, and it's this awesome like reverse crescent. Anyway, commenting on that, I'm going to stick here for a bit and then go zoom in. The other thing to note is right in the center, you can kind of see this arc welding kind of sputter go down the middle. To the north is Mare Imbrium, to the south is Oceanus Proclarium, and to the right, Eratosthenes has the very interesting trifecta of the central peaks that has been used before to say like alien ship landed in a crater. But this is massive. This is something like to the order of 20, 30 kilometers across. And it looks like a triangle due to the geometry. That's what I think. Back to the tunes here, and keep going. Moon tour en route.
Said you slay the beast, and it's all around. I was the one who holds the silver and bones, your mind's made of tones. Sapphires and bones, your mind's made of tones. While you're out there waiting, split your comments so fast. The bastards love your dating. You stole your business, the time is given to you. Your way of fashion stuff. On Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, she's got something riding up her sleeve. And I can't breathe. Oh, Saturday, it's a Saturday. Monday, Tuesday, drift away. She rains the sunshine to the view. It's just a line into the blue. There was this girl I knew. She was the one with the attitude. I walk we round like hand in glove. I can't stop the summer. There was this girl I knew. She was the one with the attitude. We went like hand in glove. I'm pouring salt into my wounds. She's got a lucky man that stays home every time she comes over. What do I love her? No, no, do I wanna touch her? Do I love her? No, no, I just wanna watch her. There was this girl I never knew. She was the one with the attitude. We go like hand in glove, like pouring salt into my wound. never really show us the way. No one never really show us the way. Crop circles on the side of the sea. Side, 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 side unseen. Pull it away. Please sort of 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 pull it away. Sick of all the politics. Sick of your election talk. Tell you what the narrative. Tell you when to get off. Sick of if you wanna live. Kids on holiday. You never know what's in the skies today. Oh, what's in the air? No, nothing you can see. No, nothing you can be. What's in the air today?
What up, y'all? Just before I go on with the music, it's just crazy shots tonight, one after the other, so I'm kind of keeping a good clip, and I'll go all the way back to the top after we've checked out this southern portion. Excuse me. And then to the right, we'll go and check out Mare Crisium and the rim of the moon. And then, yeah, take a look here at Clavius. This is just an amazing view. This is 2x the regular zoom. And this is the nice balance between adding like a Barlow, like a 2x or 3x magnification, as opposed to using the wide shot and just zooming with the camera. Kind of gives that right sharpness. You can see this chain of craters happening inside Clavius, and Clavius very easily discernible at the right side, seeing those angles of a hexagon. Really, there's some amazing geometry going on right here, but I don't want to lose the vibe. I just want to keep jamming with the tunes. And let me know if there are any features you want me to stick to, so I'm keeping that kind of back and forth. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. 11 p.m. on a sweltering night in summer of 2020. We ride yet again. Love it. Keeping the rock and roll going. Let's see what I got. What do I got? Let's do some, yeah. Actually, wait, not that one.
I was shaken by the battle of love. Mom never said that I had to get older. 'Cause I was thinking of calling you up.
All right. So let me chat a little bit just because, I don't know, keep it balanced. So over here, we can take a look at Mare Crisium. Really good shot tonight. Pierce and Picard are those kind of darkened craterlets at the rim. Let me get my paint program up. I already got hexagons drawn. Let me clear that out. So, Pierce, Picard, for you Star Trek fans. Of course, it was named way before the show, but the point here is the shape of Mare Crisium being hexagonal and then meeting and creating this kind of pinch in the landscape called Proclus. Proclus is this very bright white crater here. And I'm having a tough time keeping it steady. The drift is getting a little bit loose, but let's see. Point is, Proclus is very bright, and that's a noticeable thing because it's a transient lunar phenomenon where the surface dust and the gases get excited, like argon, neon, xenon, because of the solar radiation, solar wind, and also the probably resistance of the lunar sphere or shell, and it starts to glow like a neon bulb. So that's what's happening in Aristarchus and what's happening in Proclus right here. In my mind, even though it might be a stretch, this seems to me like the center of the hyperboloid, which there's a Birkeland current going right through, and this would be, I guess, the center of the plasmoid, or the plasmoid itself, and this would be experiencing the shell around it. So another example of that up close. How about some new tunes?
Sleepless peace on and on. My dreams are made to feel so tiny. Sleepless peace on and on. My fields are made to dream so high. And sleepless peace on and on. My dreams are made to feel so tiny. None of us will always be waiting for wake up eternally. Get pushing all of this burn. Sleepless peace. My dreams are made to feel so tiny. Sleepless peace. My guilt are made to dream so high. Sleepless peace. My dreams are made to feel so tiny. Sleepless peace. Bring me back. Just bring me back out of the cold. Ooh, bring me back. Just bring me back. I need you more. This cosmic revelation, we all have our bases to play. We creatures grinding against the grain. Built a world with nothing to fear but yourself. Apparitions that we bleed through. Every fear, your open wide soul modulation. You just come feel this ride so high, your love I'm craving. But I can't see it till you, ooh.
What's up, everybody? All right, 11:21. Been playing some of the new stuff. I know Ellie, you probably hadn't heard it, so those are a couple of new ones. It was "Know We Can Survive," and earlier was "Dreamfield" and "Bring Me Back." What was that one? I've been working on all of these, all 2020 stuff, quarantine tunes, quarantunes. Yep, Nightlight. You notice that the crater got more illuminated. That is a perfect example of the fact that the moon is being illuminated by the flow of the sun's energy. But everybody can have their own thoughts. That's what makes us cool. I just want to share some of these thoughts right here around Mare Imbrium. This looks a little bit like one of those tools you've seen in those diagrams. Let me get my paint program open here. Like calipers. Very interesting. But it's really because I bet you that's the kind of shape of the hyperboloid, and that's another pinch like Proclus. You can see kind of filamentary action going on over here. So much filamentary action. Let's hide that, move north towards Plato, and one of my favorite features, Montes Tenerife, which looks like that, wait, is it Pico? I think it might be Pico. Oh wait, before I get up there, let's take a look at Archimedes, which I pointed out earlier. Archimedes to me looks like a comet, or like, well, yeah, like a comet. I sketched it earlier, but you can kind of see. It has like a tail. It does look kind of phallic, but comets do. But yeah, it's so interesting. And then at the end, you can kind of see the little forking, branching. Archimedes, and to the right, Autolycus. And what was the other one? Archimedes, Autolycus, and Aristillus. Should have remembered. Damn you, Aristillus. All right, then to the right of that, got Cassini, the crater with two little craters in it right here. Cassini is fascinating. It's, I think, a unique feature. Has kind of recursive stuff, but I feel like Clavius as well, like I showed earlier, has a chain of craters in it, so this is just like two, but signature geometry. Thank you, Ellie, and thanks, Nightlight. I'm going to go through a few more features here. You can kind of see the dendritic ridges. And when I talk about dendritic ridges, it's very simple. I've started to realize, look at your hand, your palm of your right hand, and you'll see a ton of the features that you see on the moon imprinted in your skin. So you'll see the kind of forking effect. You'll see the lightning bolt dendrites, but you'll also see the two very, the deeper palm lines that go across. Those are like Jupiter's bands. It's like Saturn's middle band. It's like the hyperboloid, if you look at it sideways. So our skin and our bodies basically look exactly like the surface of the moon. Exactly, but it has the same very similar features at the base. Symmetry and dendrites. Dendrites, what I'm talking about are these like filaments right here. And the way I understand that they work is basically you have this kind of movement and it's making yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, yes. It's almost like a gradation of going back and forth between yes and no and making slight adjustments. It's like a noise turbulence. Different turbulences create different types of dendrites. And I would imagine the same thing would happen with the permeability, like the density of where these dendrites are forming would have an effect on the way they look. But ultimately, from a fractal perspective, if you zoom out, they all look like similar types of features. nightlight, there's no reason why it wouldn't be Earth's shadow. If we're going around on a spiral, on a Fibonacci spiral around the Birkeland filament, then the idea of orbits makes a lot of sense, and therefore you would get Earth's shadow across the moon from a certain distance. I've stopped worrying about like those types of things because I feel like there's something more interesting at play. Do I think that distance in terms of speed of light should be reassessed? Absolutely. But in terms of Earth's orbit with the moon and the sun, it makes a lot of sense as to the way it looks for me. But everybody's free to decide what they want. Electric universe? Well, yeah, because in an electric universe, you have this kind of structure, which is, here, let's, whatever, I'll just draw it right here. But really, let's find just one feature. Yeah, like right here even. So this is Mare Frigoris, and you'll see that there's almost like a hexagon here and a hexagon here, and it creates the hyperboloid, which is an hourglass. It's just like a squeezed tube. The Birkeland filament goes through that, and the geometry that forms here is like two circles trying to squeeze. And so this idea of like shape of the Earth and orbit and stuff like that, it's very easily what it, spherical and 3D. But I'm not going to argue about the shape of our world. For me, it's just more about this geometry existing throughout. But what I really want to talk about is this cool little feature that looks like a chicken foot, like a raptor claw. It's called Mons Pico. And then to the left of that, you got that structure that looks like a little word that's marked in little mountain range. To the right, Plato crater, which again really looks so interesting, and as one of those things where I'm like, how could that be an impact crater? It looks more like a blister. Laughing and it's just a way to not have a dialogue, ultimately. Because think about it, like the idea of science is to be inclusive. It's not to say my science is better than yours. Otherwise, it's the same stuff you're protesting against. Is it not? All right, so what I really like here as well is, this is the Alpine mountain range, and you've got Valles Alpes right here, this kind of, it looks a lot like, what was it? There's a mark, actually no, this is what I was showing earlier. It is Valles Alpes. And this is what they show a lot in Thunderbolts Project, scarification of planetary surfaces and lunar surfaces. This is like 200, damn, sketching is really crap tonight. There you go. It's like 200 kilometers, and it's got like a skinny little canyon cut right in the center of it. Very geometric. And it's cut right through this mountain range, the Alpine mountain range. This is one of those very key features. Mind you, all of these for me, like there are about 20 or 30 key features, but that's one of them, and it's really a good phase right now to see it. All right, let's get back to the tunes here. Let's see, play some tunes.
All the fever over the weeks, 'cause over and over we came to the same conclusion. Let's just not lose it. Oh, would you comfort me tonight as we share this bit high life? Don't you know we're singing together? Oh yeah. Got enough, no doubt. Got to steal that at all. I create everything that I want every day. To hardly live, which is wrong. Style says to suffer on. What you give if you could synthesize your every dream. I think it grows in heavy soils and trickles down the hemispheres into the sheens. Collective iris of the sheen. Collective iris. Oh my love, I make no mistake when you arrive. No other will do what dreamers by. The love is misshapen, claiming for the crowd. I know it's up to you. Point me up into. What's your mythical action? I know you're distracting me from the stream I had been forced last night. I love geometry will lead. Music plays in, get high up in space, man. Receive the love, believe in something. The music plays in, get high up in space, kid. Receive your love, to see nothing. The music plays in, get high up in space, man. Receive the love, believe in something. The music plays in, get high up in space, kid. Receive your love, receive nothing. The music plays in, to the
right, that was Sun 5, Moon 8. I'm playing some most. There's really some great detail around the left area. That's Tycho Crater, and then underneath that's got Clavius. A whole bunch of interlocking, overlapping almost and intersecting hexagons, pentagons, and all sorts of diamond geometry, blue diamond geometry. And there is this feeling of the surface kind of boiling. It really does look like when you do coffee or when you create bubbles in the sink when you're washing dishes. There's so much relational quality to it just baked into the surface of a hard planetoid. It's mind-blowing that we have this to look at and observe and dissect. Furthermore, you got clarity tonight to see the kind of white glowing lines and patterns. And if you really just kind of squint and look at those, you'll see that a lot of it is the way Walt Thornhill describes stars being formed like pearls on a string. And you'll see there are nodal points, likely quantized along filamentary patterns. So at the bottom it's very bright, but right across the middle, Mare Humorum, and then Mare Fecunditatis, you'll see kind of like a line that's going straight across like a horizon line emanating from the left to the right. You'll see little hot white points kind of dotted. And up at the top, you'll see a chain similar with like light transient points. Pretty fascinating. Love that you can see hexagons at the size of craters, and you can see hexagons at the size of large mare. That really broke it open for me. There's just no doubt you can see those things. What's happening, Debbie Carson? I meant to say welcome, sorry, I took a second. And welcome and or good night to whoever left. I feel like as soon as I get into talking about conspiracy theories, people dip out. But I feel like sometimes I have to. I'm really digging the view here of tranquility. You can see a lot of the coloring, the darker blue tones. Definitely elemental. And of course, minerals have crystal lattice structures. So it's so funny to see these massive mares, but to also imagine that every tiny, like, potential zero particle unit also has this geometry at its tiniest fragment. Those were a lot of words for describing a point. But where's my paint program? Just getting that so I can sketch a little bit. So what does this shape give us besides like all these hexagons? What it really gives us is the genetic code for creating life and our surroundings in this cosmology, in this electric universe, or in this in this potential etheric field that we live in. Matter is condensed along filamentary lines, creating points, bubbles that experience themselves and then interact with their own shells to create new shells, and interact with those to create more shells. And there's just this flow of energy through everything at every scale. That's empowerment. What's happening, Ryan and NC? Much love. Ellie, feeling grateful, happy, sore, and tired. It's a full life. So yeah, look, it even looks like an eye. Think about it, your iris, right? It kind of has those filamentary lines with the black hole at the center. We see all these pictures of like sacred geometry and human eyes, but of course it's this particular geometry that forms everything from, you know, our eyes to our arms and lungs. And furthermore, what's really fascinating, besides that, the fact that this geometry is pure consciousness, is that, you know, people ask me, or like I've talked to people who are like, why does this matter? Because people are searching for a question as to like, what is God? Or what happens after you die? Or any large question that seems to have no answer. And I think that what my kind of so-called ultimate teaching was, even though I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot more, is that there's this kind of calmness in letting the universe be what it is, which is basically not finding an answer and being okay with that. That's the answer. And I think it's tempting. Well, it's not tempting. It's an elusive comfort because you're constantly needing to discover more and have curiosity. But at the same time, if you're always worried, then you're never going to really live. And so it's, I think, a delicate balance. But mostly, I think it's just getting to be okay with the fact that you are the ultimate creature to you. You know, you don't have to be an ultimate creature to like a rhino or a gyno or a planet, but to you, because think about it, a lot of people are like, why would you be so arrogant? But I'm arrogant sounding because I think, who made my eyeballs, and who grows my hair, and who made my feet, and so on and so forth? Did you make your eyeballs, or did your parents make your eyeballs, or do you attribute that to, I mean, your physical eyeball that you see in the mirror, like that physical object? Did you make it, or did somebody else make it? Who or what do you attribute your own body being a manifestation of? And then when you realize that ultimately you, yourself, beyond, you know, not just beyond the ego, but in interaction, in equilibrium with the ego, which is the shells, I guess, you actually created your own eyeballs and lungs and intestines, and you grew yourself, right? I mean, that's really what happens. And then you realize that you're a manifestation of the whole. And then it's okay to move past this one existence, because you realize, well, for me, I think that we're moving along this spiral. So why wouldn't death be counter space, where there's kind of loose plasma and it's fields of consciousness interacting between the living and the dead, right? I think that would make way more sense to me than, we have no idea, it's terrifying. Well, maybe being in a dream that you can't remember the previous life in is not so terrifying. You know, people don't really talk about it like that, because I think selling is bent on terrorizing people in order to buy a product. And so if people were just really comfortable with being okay with things, then you'd have worse consumers. Let's see what the chat is saying here. Thanks, Howie. I appreciate that. All right, cool. So I see Jupiter coming up in the west and, sorry, in the southeast, rather. That was completely off. In the southeast, I want to see if I can get us a shot of Jupiter, play some more tunes, and refresh my drink. Howie Dunn says DMT will cause ego death and let you let go of so much. But like, if you consider even that statement, you know, just for the sake of it, I'm going to talk about it because I feel like psychedelics actually just allow you to loosely interact with all your memories and the conscious field in a way that is more tuned in. But it doesn't seem like a magical, like, separate realm. It seems like the same realm that we're here right now. Like, life is not less exciting than supernatural life. I've said this for a lot of years, actually, since the beginning of the channel, which is, about Nibiru and about conspiracies. Like, a lot of these conspiracies make you feel like just being alive on Earth, not enough. Just having a moon, not enough. We need aliens on the moon. Being human on Earth, screw it. We're a Cancer. Let's leave Earth. Go to Mars. Screw that up. There's always this other feeling, this kind of the grass is greener concept. And once I realized that I was always chasing this thing, you realize that the ultimate goal is to not be chasing anything because you already have, it already is heaven on earth. It already is the best it can be because you exist. So therefore, all conspiracies become like take it or leave it, You could live and worry about the shape of Earth for the rest of your life. Okay. Are you going to be happy doing that? Or you could go and work at NASA and say, like, all conspiracies are tinfoil, crackpot, idiots. I'm never going to listen to any alternative theories. Okay, do that. Like, do I give a shit? I swear I don't. But for me, understanding that, no, I have to die in order to live makes amazing sense. And so if I have to die, then this world has these amazing offerings, food and love and music and space. So I'm going to partake as much as humanly possible every day, and then until I'm dead. It's really simple. Then all the conspiracies become like I said, take it or leave it. Live in conspiracy world or don't. But for me, it's so obvious that really what the powers that be are you challenging yourself. Like, because you are made in the image of the universe, why wouldn't you be as important as everything else? And why wouldn't other people and things and systems be just as important as you? Because everything exists in relation to each other. So horrible, tyrannical governments exist in relation to the mindless masses. And then there's always a small group of artists and musicians who are commenting on how shitty things are or how great things are. And then you have a super small elite class of rich people who are constantly trying to manipulate people, but they themselves aren't really cool because they just want to be poor and have no responsibility. And then you have all the people who don't want any responsibility at all, the filler people, because the system needs everybody. It can't just have peace or all love, and it can't ever really be all evil because it wouldn't exist. The whole point is that it's an equilibrium, and the proof of that is that we exist. Like, it's so simple. Sorry, that's my take on it. I left, although, like, look, I've watched almost every good conspiracy video, every good, like, breakdown of weird esoteric numerology, gematria, government scandal, kidnappings, the works. And you could live there for the rest of your life, like I said. And it's just like, I don't know, that stresses me out. What doesn't stress me out is thinking about planets having consciousness and us interacting with stellar objects immediately, as opposed to this ridiculous idea of we're looking back in time. We're this pale blue dot. You know, these idiotic, poetic platitudes of the old world versus, you know, this contemporary cosmological connection. All right, have I spoken enough? Only 3 sure things: life, death, taxes. That's for sure. I think it starts with taxes, though. They start taxing you right before you're even incepted. Let's see, what song shall I play? And I'm going to search for Jupiter if I can. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. It feels like the weekend, but it could just be because I'm relaxed. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Let's do this one. I like this one.
of the midnight moon. You'll be right up with the midnight moon. We'll be right up at the midnight moon. You'll slide up past the midnight moon. We'll be right. But you're right. Of the midnight moon. Such a riders of the midnight moon. lifting up so high, you break into my night, cut into the edge of my world. But I still need like the puppet's got to breathe. But I can feel your fire tearing up the street, tearing up the street. You feel like the fringe of my dream. I still breathe 'cause there's something more to see.
Oh shit, I'm going to talk about the Mandela effect. Just because it's coincidental, I was thinking about it today. And there's just one point about certain conspiracies. I made it earlier, but I'm going to say it one more time, is that, like, what is the actual point of something like the Mandela effect? Just to make people crazy? Really, because that's all it really is right now. Besides, like, rewriting actual history, which is what people do. Changing actual history somehow using, like, parallel timelines, time travel, even using field theory, even in the stuff that I believe. Let's say you can trigger a past and start, like, modifying all of it. Like, what's the difference? It's already being done. It's already, like, all the people who manipulate the system already write history. Why would they particularly create a type of thing where it makes you think that, like, Nelson Mandela died, the Bernstein bears are like they misspelled one letter on some random children's books, and then I've seen whatever, like 5, 10 other ones that might be real, like changing some movie parts. But point is, I'm making fun a little bit, but mostly because, like, it's one of those things that's like, it's a pointless conspiracy. Same thing with aliens messing with people. Like, I've started to think, I'm like, what was the point of all of that? Like, aliens, if they were that advanced, wouldn't just, like, have cloaking, and then just when they came above some, like, unsuspecting people, they decloaked. Like, it's like the shit they do in Marvel movies where, because they have, like, a lead actor that they paid a lot of money, they have to show them decloaking, like Mystique or whatever, Nightcrawler. Like, they turn into the actor. But, like, if you had camo or cloaking, you would never uncloak. So this idea that aliens have been messing with people via crop circles and cloaking is just so, like, funny ultimately, and really not like would have no point. Like, a real conspiracy to me is hiding field theory in plain sight. Like, that's a huge conspiracy. The fact that you can get everybody, including all the scientists, on board with absolutely ignoring verifiable physical evidence in lieu of basically religious fundamentalist science, cosmology. That's, like, the much huger conspiracy. To me, like, the Mandela effect, like I don't see the point of that except to just mess with people, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe it just messes with people. Anyway. Yeah, yes, don't trust your own memory, but, like, think about it. It's only caricatures in movies where you watch these people who slowly lose their mind. Look, maybe I'm just judging. ALV says, like, deja vu, just the universe dicking with you. But I'm just saying, like, the universe already does that. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would it need an additional, like, trendy, like, the Mandela effect is so trendy and social media kind of, like, jargon, which is why I cock an eyebrow at it. I'm like, I don't think it's one of those things that anybody really came up with. I think it's one of those introduced terms to see how people react. And for me, like, from day one, I was like, there's really no point in this conspiracy. So it's not a conspiracy I want to deal with. Like, yeah. Everyone thinks it's an absolutely real thing now. So that's what's, to me, is just like, I don't get it. Let's see, I got a lot of comments on that. What up, Astrolabium? Nice to see you. Kimmy says, love the Mandela effect. I think it tries to make people crazy sometimes. Oh yeah, Ellie Wynn, I got teaser music in the background. Berenstain, yep. All-time channel has only Mandela effect. Mandela is controllable, made to give power to things that don't have it. Oh man. Oh, the Monopoly guy. All of this is really funny, just because like the earth is full of crazy things. It's just so funny how certain conspiracies or like ideologies or cults bring together a certain string of facts. It's almost like plasma filaments, like bringing together these things like the Berenstain Bears and the Monopoly guy and like numerology. I don't know. I'm mocking it from my own vantage point because I've looked into almost every single piece of content like that. I mean, I say that and people are like, well, you haven't seen everything. But I've seen a lot of things, and those videos are always like, they have that kind of spooky language. It's always about freaking people out. Good science and good conspiracy is both empowering and inspires questions. So for me, like, it's very simple to discern now between stuff that's like worth investigating and stuff that's basically there to just drive me crazy, which I don't want to deal with it. Ultimately, like the Coriolis effect. Really? I'm gonna spend my life arguing with people about the Coriolis effect or like curvature of water? It's like, no way. No way. Loops Deleu says, how about the Mandela effect occurring right now in front of our eyes right now? Give me one example that like is useful to whoever is perpetrating the Mandela effect. Let's say it's a small group of Illuminati Freemasons in a tiny room changing facts about your past. Like, what's their purpose? Give me one good purpose of that, and I'll entertain that it's possible. Let's see. Yeah, I just assumed when we did the pledge that my heart was under. Okay. This is a new jam, Ellie, and all. Take a little break here. Jupiter's looking pretty nice. Io on the cusp.
Goes another one, see her now kind of low, sitting upside the thing, trying to be true, bringing up folding chairs, funny how you move, we will figure this in a sense, some would say it's just a part of you, like the seeds of the planet grow, there's no one living in the turn up to the
Yo. So, this is a new jam that I'm working on. Want to say what's up, Silent Murmur? How's it going? And just talk a little bit more now that I'm back at the moon. A little bit about it's not just the Mandela effect. It's like a whole bunch of conspiracies that really lead you down rabbit holes that are pure speculation. And then there are some things that, I know it sounds like, listen to my stuff is better, but, so be it. That's how it sounds. I'm just thinking that, like, we have field theory, we have ancient astronomers, we have so much content. Why does it make more sense to study things like, say, the Mandela effect or watch videos about that than learn about, any number of things? Electric geometry, electric weather, the age, reinterpreting redshift, craters on the moon. So that's sort of where I'm coming from. Like, I know it sounds very judgmental, but believe me, I've been deep in those topics, and I started to realize, like, they're endless because it's all about a gotcha, a sense of like, oh, did you notice that they got that, or did you notice that that happened? And like, I'm really not trying to make fun of particular people. It's just it's the concept of feeling constantly uneasy about the world, that things are being manipulated around you to trick you, to hide, to come, to veil you from the truth, or any number of things like that. And when you realize that you made your own eyeballs, like you made your own lungs and blood, and you grew your own body, you realize, like, there is no evil in the world that's more impressive than you are. No, there's no person, rich or poor, that is more important than you are, relatively, in a way, like, because we're fundamentally similar objects, both, two eyes, a Birkeland filament going through our spine, limbs. We're like a spider or a plant or other people, and there are very rich, evil people, and there are very poor, kind people, and there are a lot of people in the middle. And to think that, like, a small group of Freemasons are messing with Berenstain Bears. And I read those books as a kid. Like, I was like, look, you can get taken in because conspiracies are seductive, but I'm always going to say that, like, once you stumble across electric universe or field theory, all of the time that you'd want to spend thinking about that stuff, it's full of it. Like, go look at the Einstein and Tesla. Look at Carl Sagan and Velikovsky. If you want soap opera style drama in your conspiracies, there's plenty in the EU. But for me, like, every time I see videos that are hyping up these fringe conspiracies, it kind of just feels, ugh. It's like, it's just as bad in a way as Joe Rogan or 2 Minute Physics or any of the big channels. And people are going to be like, oh, you don't like those channels either? But no, I don't. Like, I really, like, even today I was watching Nassim Haramein, who literally is talking about the same shit I'm talking about. And it's just so, so abstract. It's so much jargon and so much language and never really getting to the point. And I don't get it. I think it's just a presentation that people people don't want to carve out their own artistry. Some people do, but very, very many people don't. And so they just take on what they've seen. And so people become versions of Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye. Even though they don't like these people, they basically start emulating their behavior because they don't know how to create their own versions. When, I don't know. Let's see, jump into chat here for a second. Okay, Ancient Life Videos. American Life Videos says, it's more about overlapping realities, not changing the past, like a mass shift to a new timeline, because the one with Stein was a catastrophe, and the closest similar timeline was Stain. Okay, so I understand, like, I watch Rick and Morty, and I've watched Back to the Future, and I've watched The Elegant Universe. If you had never been told that there are parallel realities, would you ever imagine that it was the case? And I would argue that you wouldn't come to that conclusion. You would much more likely come to the conclusion that you're like, wait, how do I have eyeballs, and how do animals have eyeballs? Way before you think that, like, we can jump so-called timelines. As romantic as it sounds, it makes way less sense, because you can do whatever you want. You are the entire entity. Again, the way that's phrased, I'm not trying to nitpick any particular, like, ALV, not you, or I'm just using comments to talk. Please, nobody take offense. But it all is wrapped up in the I'm being tricked paradigm. And if you want to live in that paradigm where you're being tricked, then, like, all I can say is live there. But at the same time, I'm one of your peers, let's say, we're the same age or around, and I'm saying, hey, like, what's the point? Why not live the way you want to live, which is be free to discover new things, be free to accept that you made your own body. Your parents didn't weave it, and what is genetic code, if not you being the ultimate creature? So you can feel empowered, or you can feel like, ooh, they're pulling tricks on me. It's always the man behind the curtain. Or you can say, the man behind the curtain is necessary in order for me to have all this nice shit. And then you start to realize the interplay between good and evil, and how you do both things in order to experience the best life you can. Maybe that didn't make sense. I hope that made sense. Silent Murmur says, in an irreconcilable way, since to live is limited by the God realm, while so also is death, but also the liberation from either or both is also bad. But again, liberation from, like, what's so, I don't know. I mean, if life is both good and bad, constantly trying to escape from one is maybe it's not a choice. Honestly, maybe it's just a certain type of frequency resonance in this plasma, and some people are going to feel that way, and they're going to be like, Mandela effect is real, it's fucking with me. And some people are going to say, hey, like, I don't care about the Mandela effect. Maybe that's how it is, and that's fine. But for me, we already, just by virtue of having made your own body that you don't even know how to make, like, you couldn't remake a body. I mean, I guess you can, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if you made your eyeballs and they work, then you're like the crafts person of craftspeople. You know, you're already the superhuman. There's no need to find aliens or progenitors or Freemasons or anybody who's better than you. You're the same. Just you're playing different roles. All right, getting off on, like, some tangents here. I like it. Let's see. ALV says, I'm merely stating what the belief is. It's not about changing the past. I don't subscribe. I hear you. All good. Silent Murmur says, by that I meant the Egyptian mythos describes all three states of consciousness as bad. Right. Sorry if I'm misinterpreting people's comments. I'm just kind of free-flowing here. ALV says, everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. This is society. But does everybody want to go to heaven? Like, I think that's where I differ. Why would I want something more than what I have? Even if I wanted it. Because really, if you just kind of experience the moment, you realize that it's so incredible from moment to moment that why would you need more? And also needing more right immediately takes you out of experiencing the moment. That's more so what it is. Yeah, like I said, not maybe, but very likely there's probably a section of all reality where all consciousness in that realm will feel like things are about to come to an end, always. And then others will feel like that end is manageable. Look, I don't want to die, but I also realize that that's the one true thing, is have a full life so that you can die peacefully. And the full life means not worrying about shit. Or worrying about things as little as possible. Astrolabium says, if frequency can manipulate the tangible, then can't our voice bring life or death, heal or sickness, happy or sad? It already does that. Songs do that. Lectures, poetry, your own humming, meditating, your breathing makes sounds. You're already doing all these amazing things that everybody wants. You're manipulating the tangible. Like you can pick up the phone and call a bank and get a loan. You can manipulate, just because it's not like telepathic or telekinetic doesn't make it any less magical than using your voice. Same thing with like making things with your hands is not less magical because you can't just think about an object and have it just appear in reality, which is what video games make you think is cool. But think about how boring it is in those games where you can instantly get a basket or instantly get an item. It actually becomes boring. So reality is cooler than that. It makes you work for it and make a basket or go out and buy a basket. Why do you think this whole thing with shopping is such a thing where people hate doing it? Because it gets really boring when you can have everything. Limitation is what spurs creativity. Yeah, words heal and words hurt constantly. So I feel like, again, a lot of it is about this grass is always greener and not recognizing that it's already green. All right, little break.
See, I'm lost without you. I'm see, we're lost without you.
Just coming through here with Clavius, like clavicle. It's got like a backbone and a spiraling, almost like the beginning of a Fibonacci spiral of craters. Scientists, contemporary pop cosmologists say that this is like a string of meteorites hitting the lunar surface, one after the other. But to me, this looks like a signature of a spiral arm. Shoutouts to Dr. Halton Arp, who was talking about redshift and the birth of galaxies along the arms of larger galaxies, quasars. Yes, I'm mumbling about Halton Arp, but it's late and I've been streaming for a while, so you can always check the links in the description of my video if it sounds all mumbled, but either way, Clavius crater with this chain right here. I'm going to sketch this spiral arm that I'm speaking of. This is what they reference where the astronauts land and find the monolith, and it sends off that piercing screech, which I'll freak out. It's that amazing scene, 2001. So this is the crater which they land in. All right, let me adjust this for a second. Okay, get a little brighter here. Turn on my sketch device. Right there, so you see this kind of curve. So I would imagine if it were smaller, it would do that, like a sinusoidal wave, and things in the smallest crater, larger. It's like a chain. It's like a plant almost. And each of these is hexagonal as well, or pentagonal. So what is it? Is it boiling? Is it an arc moving across the surface, creating this, like moving from one point to the next, leaving these little center peaks like sputter after soldering iron? Y'all have played with soldering irons where you're just kind of like, where you're soldering something and it leaves like that little pointy release. That is very phallic, isn't it? All right. Get back to the tunes here in the chat room. Yo, what's up, P Rogue? You can barely hear me. Sorry about that. Let me adjust this. All right, moon music coming through.
The buzzing stirs overhead. I said I can't believe this is the end. Fly
Alright, so this is really ridiculous because the drift is so bad. I'm trying to sketch these intricate Santa and cat. But do you see the cat, like Puss in Boots, kind of right behind Santa coin? Exactly. Santa Claus did conquer the Martians in 1964. But yeah, there's like a cat face and a Santa kind of coin face. But more so the cat kind of with the hat, like just peeking out right above that. I'm not rhyming on purpose, I swear. Alright, let's see what other pareidolia is going on.
Nexstar keeps saying forever kings. So be it, it's only pain. I was just a mere moon to you, mere love for you. And if I disappeared, what would you? I was just
Alright, that was a little glitch in the matrix. All good. Coming back at you with a little bit of moon and switching up the vibe to some electro buzz space jams from Vibration Theater. Get this started and do the last leg of the show. So the moon is setting behind some palm trees. I still have the cam direct to scope, so it's pretty zoomed in, and I'm trying to figure out whether I want to bother changing lens or just see it as is while it sets. You see it's a little bit dimmer and it's losing clarity because it's already kind of behind the trees, but we'll see a little bit more of the moon. How about that? And then get back to Jupiter and Saturn, which are just coming into view. It's really awesome, the clarity of Saturn tonight, and especially, Jupiter as well. This 8 is handling so well. Trusty old 8 from the first days of TakeBackSpace. So it's funny, that's like a $900 scope. Sorry, $1,100 scope, and it's done like 1,000 sessions. Really cool. The moon's been amazing tonight. We've seen a lot of great features. Huygens sword, Copernicus coming into view, Eratosthenes with the 3-pointed center peaks, Tycho with all the crazy hexagons around it. Let's see what else. Sea of Serenity, Sea of Tranquility, Pentagon, Hexagon that look like, what's that other one? So a lot of great things tonight. What's this one? Ptolemaeus and Alphonsus. Yeah, so Ptolemaeus and Alphonsus, hexagon, pentagon, serenity, tranquility, hexagon, pentagon. Proclus being at the pinch of the hyperboloid, hexagonal Mare Crisium with Sea of Tranquility. And lots of other great stuff, lots of pareidolia, but it's because we're grown along filaments, and so you'll see faces in the same geometry. Makes more sense that way. I want to say what's up to Peter Battle in the chat, what's going on, and everybody hanging out for this long-ass stream. 3:38 on the clock. Gonna do maybe, another 15 minutes or so, and then I'm gonna go chill. It's been super fun tonight. Really great clarity and articulation. Even the stuff earlier. Yep, definitely. Peter. You can call me TBS or Chris or Captain, or lots of people call me lots of stuff. It's been a great evening and morning. It's already Tuesday, so the moon is already completely gone. Didn't have to wait too long. Yeah, cool. So a line in the sand right here, and we'll continue on with the Electro vibes. Alright, crew, just getting to see this beautiful kind of convergence of the two events. Sorry, just scrolling here, doing like 3 things at once. My thoughts slow to a crawl, just like this track. Alright, let me get this moving. Yeah, so watching the Great Red Storm on the bottom, and then Io moving across Jupiter so quickly tonight. You can track the progression from earlier, and we'll watch Emergence coming up right here in like the next 5 minutes or so, and then go over to Saturn and close it out because I'm finally getting a bit tired here. Probably need to go snack and make something. What's up, Jen Perry? Welcome. And I appreciate you all sticking around for so long, everybody. Especially good to see you, Ellie. We missed you on the shows. And good night to everybody who just was lurking and passed out. I know that it's been like exhausting for many. It's probably the best way to put it. So one thing to note about the Great Red Storm, in close-up pictures that I haven't seen them, but I can imagine almost looking at it right now. And on the 11, we can kind of capture the corners, but to me, the Great Red Storm even looks hexagonal at certain points. And really, that would make a lot of sense. So that kind of noticing the symmetry of all these different objects brings us closer to understanding Jupiter in a way that is not just like abstract mathematical thinking and more like symmetrical unity and resonance. So let's watch this together. Io's getting close, and I'll play some more of these jams.
up with it. Now they got skipped to society. Bring 8 billion are watching. Agent players power the minds and living in freedom. But I'm the soul for you until you went away. Catching stars for you until we meet again. Give you love and a common peace. Feel your pain cause it's part of me. Know you really think when your body's built. I'm amazed by the words on your lips. Hear your name when you come in peace. It's insane that you're part of me. Never lifts from my iron wrists. It's as if everybody is the same body. Insane that you want for relief. Maybe one day suddenly I made up the way that somebody someday, but he will get slip. Here in space, now we come in peace. Seeing things that you cannot believe. Ready to trip on the drift, we can lift to the doom, cause I love to give you. We are the space race, we are the moonwalk, we are the franchise, we are the sequel, made of the ether. How are we still here for your place along the space race? Standing at the inner corner on a beach outside of heaven. Across the street from where I grew up after bomb and rains. Somehow we lived, somehow we died, somehow we came back to the city side and drive through civilized genocide. We had to fight with your armies, railed down from the Western forces. Had no love for the army, we bear no hate for the Western forces. When you speak out, when you sing loud, everybody wanna tear you down. But come on, come on, come on, what's left to make I got nothing but love to give you. We are the space race, we are the moonwalk, we are the franchise, we are the sequel, made of the ether. How are we still here? Look for your place along the space race.
Alright, yeah, also IO has emerged. Been going through all these old songs, really fun listening and watching. Thanks for hanging out for so long with me, almost 4.5 hours. Let's do one quick shot of Saturn and call it a night, since we're here anyway. That was really fun seeing IO kind of with the shadow behind it, almost like a little pearl. Love it. What's up, Fantasy and Daryl for showing up. What's up? What's up? And who else? Cat Dan, good night. Daryl, good night. And I saw somebody else too. Alright, if I missed you, you know, it's all good. for me, everybody. We got a killer shot of almost everything we wanted to tonight. Talked about a lot of different theories and had a great time overall. Another great space adventure with the crew on this crazy platform called YouTube. But yeah, making history every time we do this. So few people on Earth are actually connecting with their planets every night. So consider yourselves in that plasma bubble. I'm literally dribbling. Thanks everybody. Appreciate it so much. Have an excellent day tomorrow. And share this with a friend if you like. And also, what was I going to say? I'll catch you again tomorrow on another trip. If not tomorrow, the day after. Take care, and I'll see you soon.